Do 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 da 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 da. Sorry there. If I look like shit, generally it's because of yesterday. Or the remedy did help, but yeah. Either way, hello to everyone, my name is Kiray, and I'm your host and your voice. Here's to entertain you and may not have no idea what I'm doing. And welcome to my donathon. Well, as you guys can see, donathon already have a little bit good kickoff with a nice, decent $10. Yeah, definitely going to extend it. Maybe like extend it for the entire year if that can happen. Not really sure, but yeah, this is me trying my best to try to get some attentions, encouraging some donations with some activity. I think I need to refine my activity a little bit, maybe. I will do a little bit much more activity refining next month because I do have 2 books I can read. I have Halo Reach, novel book, and The Hobbit. So, you know what? I should open up the book and then start reading for you guys. Also, it's a very good way to do a lot of voice acting practice. Reading is always one of the best things in the world. To improve your ability to read, because voice acting at the end, they are just trying to read. And yes, I can have a lot of voice, it's just not all the voice that I used. Yeah, sorry, I'm still sick. But yeah. Sorry that sneeze scared the shit out of you. The most likely case, like in the futures, I will have like those kind of dad sneeze, right here. Like those kind of really heavy sneeze. This is going to like become a thing. I'm already at my 30s, still singles. Yay. What was I again? Yes. Currently, you can say like this is my first donathon, so it's going to be a little bit bad bones on the activities because I'm still not really sure like what my audience want, because my audience fluctuate a lot. Generally, I think my most main core audience around summertime is when I stream around 10 a.m. my 10 a.m. So a lot more people come here and watch me. But the problem is, again, not lots of people come here to watch people too. Do drawing content is always, for me, is something that I love to do, but also weirdly is some things that not lots of people want to watch. That is very sad truth. So, and then I try my best to do my daily like 9 to 5 style art stream, and then I got lots of people watching me. But later on, I do decided to like cater to all. Maybe like I need to go for a little bit mix of gaming, this and that, yada stuff. And doing that, I lost all my audience because people, weirdly, they love to hear me like yapping rather than love to watch me playing games. I have no idea why. Maybe because like when I play games, I usually don't talk a lot. Yeah, it's a bad move. Just generally, it's a bad move. Besides, I don't really have too good of a life, So all my topic is a little bit down. And so in the futures, I would do a lot more like watching stuff, you know? When I talk about something interesting, like this week, Etozi did make a video about Jack Doherty, which when I take a look at it, and I was like, oh, I saw this before, like him getting roasted and stuff. And then apparently something worse happened for him, which is a good thing. That guy shouldn't stream. Because as a guy back in the days, like around the time that he actually like got famous, I was actually really legitly stream as a hobby. So yeah, that guy stream with a goal, but not a good goal, not a great goal. And you see this, right? Indeed, I'm drawing the zipper one by one. So it's going to be very tedious, very long. Anyone want to have a little bit chat, and you guys can have a little bit fun with me at this moment. This is the best time for you guys to just like have fun talking with me. Imagine later on I have to do the other side of zipper. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I need to do this too. The booba got a little bit too squished up. So I need to move this line. To a much more suitable booba length on the chest. Now there's lots of things to like redo a little bit. Do 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 do.
I'm almost at Vtuber.
Put on a little bit. I need to put my friends on the stream.
So,
I guess that
you know,
works.
the thing that says imbue melee with cryo, and it says 80% bonus cryo damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that 80% cryo damage, or is that like 80% cryo damage on melee?
Would it be a melee?
That's what I would think, but I don't know. Maybe.
I don't. I think I have one very similar, but it's not on me. Where it's like cryo with melee, so I was trying to check.
Okay.
It's 80% of your melee and cryo damage. There you go.
Oh, so it's complete garbage.
There is one gun that, like, its damage is converted to melee. So,
Melee only have element on slam or slide, so melee does extra 80% damage. Two guns are like that. Interesting. I can't. Okay, I'll you do all the work.
All right then. Yeah, sorry that I was like watching my friends stream and stuff. do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is going to be very hard to do. Again, the zipper, then the hand. Not really sure how to spam this. Okay, it's like right below the ankle. Yeah, the design of like the jacket and everything is going to be very, very like difficult because have like those glitchy type of like design thingy. I also have to do this like color band thingy too. I am trying my best to draw it as close as possible. Forgot how detailed her model is actually, because like she legitly can go full naked upon her model body. So the guy who making her model is really, really, really dedicated in some sense. And then I had to draw out the pattern. One more thing is like this thing supposed to be hollow out. Yeah, supposed to be hollow out, which is going to be my nightmare. Yeah, I think if the moment I need to make it like easy versions is going to become like very, very, very high in detail, and then which in case is going to be like having a lot more work. Ada sorry. Ada kukakusugi. Sometimes my gacha game don't like it when I was looking. Yeah, like happens to me a lot of time too. When I see a gacha game, I save up a lot of point just to do some gacha sometimes, and it just didn't get what I want. Thankfully, at least I'm not a Fate series player. That way it's even harder to get what you want. Apparently, from what my friend said. Better off playing a Cyrus game. Oh, can't log in. That's worst. To be honest, I never replay ZZZ. I think the closest that I actually don't replay a lot of gacha game that much. The only gacha game that I kind of commit and play a very long time about is actually Wuthering Wave and, might surprise you, World Flipper. If you guys don't know what World Flipper is called Wafuriwa. If it's in Japanese. It's like pinball, but gacha. And it's fun to play that game. But too bad. The business closed down. Not lots of people want to play pinball. Yeah, it's a very fun. You try. I think if I try to download it, it still kind of works. It's just that they closed down for like no more future content. You can try to download like World Flipper. It have amazing story actually. Weirdly enough, it have amazing story. And you know what? If you like to watch Gintama, the voice actor voice feel of the character, and then one of the most coolest character you can find in the game. Who say have no gameplay? You try to play World Flipper. Is going you are literally going to sunk in like hours just playing the game. Who say so? There's lots of games that have a lot of story and lots of good gameplay. Just look at Elden Ring. That's pinnacle of gameplay there. And if you didn't know, Elden Ring is actually made by a Japanese studio, now you know. Also, Monster Hunters. Monster Hunter stories is shit most of the time. Technically, it's not really shit if you do decide to read it, but you really have to read like a long ass novel to actually get some content. And trust me, in some sense, Monster Hunter is a gacha game. It just have a ridiculously high grinding rate. Because imagine you need that loot. You have to keep fighting for it to drop, and then it never drops. It is like literally RNG gacha. Gacha is literally in the sense, in the term, is called RNG. So there's lots of like RNG type of thing added into it. And if you want to have like a very good I won't really say pseudo gacha game or semi gacha game, you try to find a game called Xenoblade 2. Essentially it's a gacha game, but it's a single player game. It's a single player gacha game that have a shit tons of gameplay in there, big ass world, RPG, but also it's a complete story. Unlike most gacha games, the story just never really ended. That game have an ending story because it is a game, but also it is a gacha game. I'm not kidding. You go and search Xenoblade 2. It's a gacha game, but free. Instead of like buying all the core to like gacha your character, gacha your weapons. Yes, your weapons. Literally, the gimmick is all the weapon is actually a human that transform into a thing. And what again? Yeah, they transform into a weapons, and then like they have personality, this and that. Yeah, there's stuff, lots of stuff like in there. And hold on, I see something. But nah, not going to fix it yet. Yeah, it's a very fun game. And yeah, technically Xenoblade 1, 2, 3, they all have like a very different way to play the game, but it's also a jab to like Xenoblade 1 is like a very ordinary like classic open world game. Not classic, like even like further beyond open world game in some sense, and around its time. And the second Xenoblade 2 is basically just point the middle finger at most gacha game, because like let's admit this, most gacha games are a little bit predatory. They do want you to like get a little bit FOMO, sunk in some money. That's how they earn money in the first place. Why else they make it like free? So Xenoblade 2 is like a free gacha game in some sense. And once you buy the game, you got all the gacha technically. You just have to grind them out. And Xenoblade 3 have another. Basically, they are trying to like put like low key put a middle fingers to a lot of like industry that like trying to prey on people by using microtransactions or like gacha transactions, like those kind of things. So Xenoblade 3 have a token system. So basically, it's like the, you know, like usually we have play a lots of games like MMO that have like those kind of like tokenomic. So they create a tokenomic. You can sort of like skip some, like if you want to like cook some food to boost your character stat and stuff, or you want to complete some of like the side quest missions, not actually side quest mission, like delivery quest missions. It's like, oh, you need to collect this much item to actually like unlock some tiny benefit. They actually let you give you a token to skip those things if you don't really have too much time to grind. Like, but those token, you have to fight mini boss and actual like big game boss to actually get them. And there's overabundance of them. You can kind of get it. So you are in a way, like they are in a way providing you a very either like to give you gacha mechanic but free, and then give you microtransaction like tokenomic systems for free. I do play Nikki for a while, but got bored. Seriously, I got bored. Because it really depends on, do you want to manually play all the missions? Or do you want to manually play the missions, or do you want to like let it run auto? It's just that. And to be honest, there's lots of situations you would rather let the game just run on auto. And what's the point playing the game if it's like that? Because I am a PC game player, so I do want more engagement out of the game. This is why personally I play a lot more Wuthering, either like Wuthering Wave, or like back in the days before Wuthering Wave, I play a lot more Punishing Grey Raven. It's because you are more involved into the game than just like let things like autopilot it. Yeah, I do think like Kuro game, the game they made is generally appeal to gamer more rather than like the generic like gacha economy. This is how like Kuro games, like despite being gacha, they still kind of not exactly compete. They're still not like not exactly compete with like MiHoYo. MiHoYo is trying their best to kind of like not exactly both can. It's like the reason why they still can stand among the giants like MiHoYo is because they aren't trying their best to get the audience MiHoYo trying to get. Obviously, there are some parallels. So definitely some people who love gacha games also play Wuthering Wave and like Punishing Grey Raven. But still mainly, you can say general audience they have is not actually people from MiHoYo in the first place. So they never really like have like an actual war that happening. Because they both appeal to different audience. Their main target audience is different in the first place. Yeah, it's not like it's not wrong. Like I say, at the end, it's still gacha game, so it does have the element. Because here's the thing, Zelda more or less likely popularized the what you gonna call it, open world theme park style game. And then obviously later on Genshin Impact like further expand the open world theme park style game. And then Wuthering Wave technically is still like a much more higher mobility open world theme park. Both are this kind of the same thing, but I think MiHoYo is much more on the fandom side, and Wuthering Wave is more on the action gameplay side. Doesn't mean like they didn't do anything on the thing, because like you look at ZZZ, they also like have a lot of like fluid animations, and it's not like they're not doing anything. They all are trying to do something. But still, in the same time, you won't feel like they are trying to compete with each other's. You can kind of get it. Like, they kind of like exist side by side. Somewhat original, to be honest. Yeah, Monster Hunter's, the new Monster Hunter game is also technically the same thing. But I'm not sure how you apply gacha system into that game, because like Monster Hunter's Wild is coming out, but for some reason they create a new Monster Hunter game that is also for phone. Technically, when you see phone, you already know is gacha. So what kind of gacha stuff they had to put in it, I have no idea. It's definitely not for you like trying to gacha the weapon, because it's going to be weird, because Monster Hunter is literally you try to farm monsters to get weapon set, armor set, those kind of things. So you definitely aren't going to the gacha those two elements, because you play a lot of gacha game, you already know. You either like gacha your characters, gacha your weapons, gacha your armors. You only got this few things. So obviously some people have like some nuance difference, like you can gacha some card game stuff, you can gacha some pets, this and that other stuff, but still at the end, majority of like 50% of the gacha pool, more than 50% of the gacha pool, is actually the weapons and the armored. So Monster Hunter create a gacha game is going to be very weird, but if like, maybe like, you want to become a longsword player, you have to gacha that particular character that have like different longsword skill. Maybe. So I think the most they can gacha is just the characters. So like I say again, there's like 50 to 60% of the gacha pool is just gone. So all you can gacha is just characters. I'm not sure it's going to work or not. Unless they want us to gacha the missions, that would be a little bit different. Because technically in Monster Hunter World, we already more or less are gachaing the missions at the end game. It's basically you try to investigate the monsters, and then like they will give you like special missions that specifically they will tell you what kind of things that got higher chance to drop for the item for you to grind. So they technically can gacha those missions. Aside those, I'm not really sure like how the economic of like Monster Hunter Mobile is going to work. Yeah, like I don't know why. Gacha game is gacha game. You don't have to like put in like what do I normally call it? Like camped. There's no camp to fight for, to be honest. Everything have their own appeal. Like Wuthering Wave for me is like the combo system and like the action, how the action works. Really gel with me, because I used to play a lot of Platinum game. Because of the action things that happen, how Platinum like create like reaction system, this and that other stuff, like combo, this and that, Devil May Cry style, and Xenozone Zero. Now here's the thing you might not know about me. I am a 3D animators, so I really do appreciate like how they manage to make like a very fluid anime-ish like movement style incorporate into 3D, because that shit is really hard to do. I'm not kidding, it's really hard to do, and then they're doing it like no tomorrow. It's just keep spamming it. I think the animation style do get like inspired again. This is going to be like when lots of people talk about this, especially I won't really say professional, or like you can say animation enthusiast. It's generally came from like Spider-Verse, the Miles Morales one. That animations are so great at creating squash and stretch stuff. It kind of like pioneered the entire 3D animations industry. Because as you already know, when it comes to like anime, you see it a lot, there will be like something called a bad CG. Why bad CG is a thing is generally literally it's called bad CG because you can see the movement very stiff. Why the movement is very stiff is because it have like a point A move to point B style. So when normally when it comes to anime, your frame rate is like 24, 25. And within those 24, 25 frame rate, there's only be like 8 to 16 frame is actually different image. So there's like a gap in between, so it's something like this. You might have a should do it in some other places. Let me open up a new page for this. Imagine this is like 1 second. 1 second have 25 frame. There will be like 1 frame here, 1 frame here, 1 frame here, 1 frame here, maybe 1 frame here. So it's like you want to punch people. But for 3D animation, this is like 2D animations. And of course, people want to do this like when in between this part, they will either go for like squash or stretch. Like you can see like a ball. So you can see like this kind of like squash and stretch like animations pop up. And for 3D, it's a solid object. From what they usually is, they want to go point A to point B. They set up the point A and point B from here to here. And this circle is a perfectly timed gap. They all are used, like all 25 frame is used. All gap is perfect from point A, shift to point B. The best they actually get is there's not a lot of movement there. This is why like bad CG is going to happen. And generally, when you try to make a 3D animations, there's so many stuff that you actually have to think about to do, and then you didn't really aware of it because there's a lot of micro expression normally animations have to add into it to make the animations pop. There's so many things you have to actually like do it that way to kind of like make things works. Because try to think this. If I right now draw a guy sideways, this guy's walking. Maybe I should draw the hand a little bit further away. So you can kind of see this. I can draw the back leg here, the front leg here. Now imagine this kind of things that happens to a body. When we draw animations of like a human 2D body, you draw a human 2D body. The hand behind here, we just draw it like this. So when you moved it, the hand in here will literally aren't drawing anything. So when you move the hand from here to here, we are doing, and then this entire frame is just gone for this hand. And then, yeah, move it from here to here. So you kind of like get it. If the hand is on the side that's not showing, we can actively hide the hand while we move the hand left and like swing here and here. So they're just going to disappear around this point. In 3D, it's a little bit different. Because you have the entire full body in actuality in the systems, so even the camera is looking this way, you essentially have a this hand, even though it's like behind the camera, you still need to animate the entire body part. So depends on how you move the body. You're trying to think this. You won't just move your body like this. You would move your body like this. So you have to like animate your spine, animate your shoulder movement, animate your hand movement, animate my head movement. Maybe I don't really swing my head this way. I kind of like just, in reality, like we look like this. My head is like moving a lot. Actually, it's not. My shoulder, like this particular part, is the one that moving. My head just lock with the shoulders and move in the same time. So that my thing is just like, alright, good. So it's just moving like this. And if I just have some micro movement that bobbing along with the head, it have a lot more movement. So it's basically, it's like this. I can move this fingers here to here. But if I decided to move this particular joint too, it become here to here. But you notice this thing also move itself. So when I do this, it become here to here. So this movement is better or this movement is better. This is the dilemma of like a lot of like 3D animators, because like you really need to know which part to move in the same time. You can't move this thing too much because you have to move this thing too, and then you have to move this thing too. So you have so many things to move in the same time. Just the finger alone is already have a lot of like things that you have to kind of control. Just the fingers alone. And then you have the wrist, shoulders, elbow, and then later on, like when I do all this movement, you do notice my other shoulder also shifted. I'm also moving in many other way. My waist is moving. Like we don't really pay attention until we kind of like try to do all this thing. Our waist is moving, our shoulders moving, my forearm is twisting here to here, and then I'm going to contract. My waist is like curve up, and then I curve it back, up, back, and then my head also moved. So there's a lot of micro movement you actually really need to do to make animations work. And I won't say it's tedious. It is a work. It is a lot of work. And having the ability to like create more animatic style, it does help you to mitigate this kind of like stiff effect happening to most animations, because again, we can't have the bone move in such a noticeable way without any like stupidly high budget. Because imagine like if you need a very good 3D model that can do all this kind of things, it's freakishly expensive. How they rig it, how they do it, how they this and that, yeah, that stuff. Rigging is not cheap. And if you want to rig to the point that you feel like your 3D model have muscle movement to the point, it's even harder. This is why nowadays they found a better tricks to make a movement much more anime-like. Is actually legitly helping the 3D animation industry, because learning how to break apart your rig bone and learning how to do things in a way that you would not expect if it's a solid 3D model that is like, imagine like you play with a Barbie doll or you play with a clay doll. It's a very different thing. A Barbie doll is having stiff joint and movement. So no matter what you do, there's only a limitation of how much you can kind of like shift the body. But clay doesn't really have a point. You can just bend it however you want. It's similar like how you say it's like claymations. They essentially bought back claymations in a 3D model digital set. Yeah, claymation essentially, we already like in 3D models, we have, imagine a guy. It's here. How you move the head, you have bone A, bone B, bone C for the head movement, because your shoulder need to move too, and then your waist 1 point, 2 point. So just the spine, you have 3 point of movement. The more point you have, the more fluid it is. Like usually you would say like you have a elbow, you have a shoulders, you have an elbow, you have a wrist. But for lots of animation nowadays, this thing is detachable, because back in the days, how the 3D animation rigging work, this thing must be joined like somewhat programming side. They have to like join this link in order this link to behave like the model body. Nowadays they actually change how the programming of how rigging works. They kind of like not actually joining. Instead of joining the method of like, instead of linking the arm, they decided not to link the arm. So this is why you see way more fluid movement these days. How the shoulder managed to like suddenly from here shifted to like other side is basically they are not linked to this point, because if this two shoulders, imagine if this two shoulders, this is shoulders, this is shoulders, this is like the spine. So if I shift this to here, because they kind of like link together, this thing, if I shift to this point, too far away, it's hard to draw. So I shifted this point to here, then it will look like this, because they're linked together. So if I shift my shoulder here, this shoulder will follow. So if I go here, this shoulder will follow to here. It's a parallel angle. But nowadays, they are not connected. So I can shift my shoulder to here and doesn't affect this one. You kind of see the point there. So how they actually do it is like they literally do not have bone structure in there. They are not trying to mimic a human bone structure anymore when it comes to like animation movement. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with this. Okay, continue my headache. Actually, claymations is much more easier to do than 3D animations. Depends on the object you're trying to do. If you want to do it on a robot, technically can. But if you want to do something like a very solid object, you really need a very rigid movement. Rigid movement really depends on what kind of object you're trying to do. Like you just look at, back in the days, T-1000s from Terminator 2. That is like an old ass movie, and then they actually don't really have two. Those are like a lot of like rigid movement, also fluid movement in their characters, and that thing is fully CGI most of the time. When I say CGI, it's technically full-on animations. I made this thing a little bit too sweet. Milk tea, by the way. Let's drink some water. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot about this. Hello everyone, my name is Kiray and I am your host, and your voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. Welcome to my first donathon stream that I created for myself due to my disabilities and unable to go to work and unable to get any disability benefit due to some very complicated actions. Yeah, come here to get my donation stream. And of course, this is a donathon. Donathon have their own things to run by. I do have a lot of things to go by. I have a lot of stuff that I kind of still doing. And yes, I still have 4 free art tickets for other people to use. Because I already achieved my first donation thingy. And that's the $15 one that I would do voice line for you guys. You guys can just write some random stuff or quote. Just say like, hey, voice this. I would do it. And by the way, I am also like an aspired voice actors. Aspired. Basically just a wannabe, but not actually being one. I'm trying to get like voice acting job, but not yet. Don't say it about age. I'm actually getting older due to this. I'm 30 years old. And I'm still single. I know, somebody might say, like, I don't look like a 30 years old, but... Asian genes. And yes, like I say, I am like an aspired voice actor, so I do know how to make voices. Like, aside from like the thing that kind of like, you already hear this voice, this is kind of my default voice, but I got like a actual voice acting friend that, not friend, more like acquaintance, but still, told me that this voice is kind of like a little bit squeezed out, you know, like, it feels unnatural. So he taught me how to use the diaphragm to talk and relax my vocal cord, and apparently I sound like this. And what he told me is this voice I have is actually my original voice. And I was like, wait, what? I never sound like this in my life until he taught me how to do it. So I have no way. I have no way to know this is the thing. Apparently my voice is supposed to be deeper. I just never really tried to like do the deeper voice. And I also learned how to do a lot of things. One of it is obviously in those 50s radio show man voice. I have no idea like what type of voice that I can do, but I do know this kind of style do give a little bit radio-like voice, but I do know how to do it a little bit more by applying some like lo-fi effect, and just going to turn this into 100%, well, you know, old-timey voice. And actually, I still can do a much more deeper voice with this thing, but usually people might already think like this is more or less a little bit Darth Vader-ish, but no, it's just me trying to be very deep. I can't do accents. I cannot do accents. Like, here's the thing, I might sound like I kind of like able to speak English. English is not my first language. I'm a Malaysian, so English was never my first language. Malaysian Chinese, so I know how to speak Chinese first, and then Cantonese, and then Malay, and then kind of English, but also technically some other language like Hakka, Hokkien first, and then I learned English. English is kind of like my sixth language, so I don't really have accents by the time I learn how to speak English. It's really hard to like make an accent. And maybe the best accents I can do is actually my native accents, which inherently I don't have one until I kind of like all my friends doesn't have the ability to, because they are not that great with English. So when I speak like this, for them, the way I speak the English is like so I need to speak like this and then they start to understand me. I don't know why. I just speak faster, literally faster, and then somewhat change a little bit of my pronunciation but still, at the end, if I speak like this, I say the same word, and then they suddenly understand me. Yeah, that is like, you know, something that just suddenly happens. Yeah, year of sick is coming, and again, time's changing. I'm getting older. Oh yeah, by the way, if you heard like a man remains like Japanese like otaku legends, it's basically if you remain a virgin and single for until like the age of 30, apparently after birthday you can become wizards. So yeah, it's almost my birthday. I'm going to be able to cast fireball on March 22nd. Okay, I can't conjure any mana yet. Well, just Japanese legends. Maybe only Japanese can do it. Who knows? Oh yeah, speaking about only Japanese legends, have anyone watched Bleach? If you guys didn't know about this gimmick, Bleach is like Shinigami, like a death god from Japanese legends and stuff. They just animified it like a whole lot. Actually, while Bleach stuff is happening over there, Europe have their own version of it. The author actually made the entire story on the Europe side with I'm not sure, is it much more on the wizard versus dragon, but essentially the dragon is their level of hollow, and then the Shinigami over there is basically wizard. You're a British accent, eh? Actually, I can't really do like a British accent. I kind of learned how to speak English by watching Doctor Who, but I still at the end don't really have like a very heavy British accent at the end. I learned how to read English from actually legitly, in a funny ass way, watching sub from Bleach. Like, I was watching Cantonese dubbed in Bleach back in the days, and you know, they couldn't catch up the anime, so I start watching the sub versions, and then I don't know how to read English back in the days, so I just keep watching. And try to guess the word. Main point is like most of the time I just trying to guess the word by listening the you know, the Japanese word. I kind of like low-key understand Japanese for some reasons. I understand Japanese word kind of by just like pure guessing somehow. And I slowly, because I managed to guess the Japanese meaning of the word, and I starting to be able to like translate the English via Japanese, and then I suddenly able to read English word because of that. Back in the day, my English is like very shitty. I don't even know how to, like back in the days, like writing essay and stuff. I think like this was like when the time I was like 13, I still not even like really know how to properly use like IUV day. Yeah, I'm not really sure like what the heck how to use that thing. My English is that bad back in the days. And then watching Bleach for a period amount of time with sub, somehow something clicked in my brain, and it's just like I suddenly able to read English. But still, it's just the ability to read English. It's not actually like being able to speak English. Back in the days, I just like I do not know how to speak English. Speaking about speaking English, yeah, like Doctor Who, but don't worry, I'm not watching the nowadays Doctor Who. Is what I heard is like a shit show at the moment. The Doctor Who I watch is literally I start around like from 2001, the 2001 of Doctor Who, and then like David Tennant one, and then the is it John Smith? I think it's John Smith's one, and the Old Man one. Even the Old Man one like runs for 2 seasons. I only watched the first seasons, and then like the second season of the Old Man one, I just stopped watching. Personally, I still like depends. Like some people like John Smith, some other people like David Tennant. I love David Tennant the most. Yeah, you can watch whatever you like. It's like back in the days when I was a kid, it's really fascinated for me. You know, traveling around between time and world, those kind of things. Like if you watch Doraemon a lot, you might actually like it. It really depends on what kind of childhood you have. My childhood is like watching a lot of Doraemon, and watching Doctor Who is kind of like, you know, like a TV version of Doraemon. It's just that he doesn't really have that much gadget only. If you view it that way, you would, you know, have different point of view starting to looking at it. Oh, if you watch random stuff, did you watch like a TV show back in the days got cancelled? It's called Revolutions or 100 or Sky something. I forgot, like the Falling Sky. Yes, Falling Sky. I love Falling Sky. It's just that the third season they put too much drama into it, and then like the show got cancelled because of that. 100, I think like the first 3 seasons is good, and then things just got weird, and then I just stopped watching. They tried to be actiony, and then again they add in too much drama. Like 100 is trying to become the next Lost for some reasons. Like at the end, I feel like weird. I watch so like you would say like you watch a lot of random stuff. I watch even more random stuff back in the days. And then there's one is called Into the Badland. It's basically kung fu versions of like post-apocalypse times. Holy shit, that show is great. But obviously, I'm only in for the actions, for the Into the Battle. There's so many TV shows. Like I say, I'm age 30 now, so I watch a lot of older shows. For lots of like younger people, might be a very old show. Let me try to find the TV series. Hold on. Oh, also Lost. Man, that TV show is great. I almost finished Lost, and then there's one, it's called Heroes. Yes, Heroes is good. Lost is good. Those are the peak time. So this is a show. Revolutions. Only got 2 seasons, sadly, because not lots of people want to watch it. This is Revolution is a show that the world suddenly, like, the electricity powers just stopped working. Like, all cars, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Like, technology just flat out stopped working. So this is like the apocalypse style of like that particular world. And then there's Into the Badland. Well, I should actually go for incognito mode. My friend told me like usually if you go incognito mode, like there's less weird stuff popping out. Mega XLR. Best cartoon you can ever watch. Too bad Cartoon Network screwed them over and then wrote them as a loss even before the season 1 is fully produced. And they know that thing, and then they try to screw them over by while pitching season 2 for them. While airing it, they already finished while they're airing season 1, while they launch season 1, they already have the entire season 2 made. So no choice. We add the season 2, I guess, and then they add a season 2. Can I actually like, you know what? Hold on a bit. I need to like, it's freaking light mode. Why? Quick setting. Auto setting, dark theme on. Confirm. Okay, good. Now I'm not blinding everyone. So you can see this. Into the Badlands. Actually, we can watch the trailer. If you just want to watch like pure action, like kung fu TV show, yeah, this is kind of it. Let me pause the music a little bit and then boost up the volume. It was a comic series first.
We know what's out there beyond our borders. It's a paradise. It's a wasteland. Nobody knows what is true.
What's in that trunk?
Ain't none of your damn business.
You want to tell me why you were in that trunk and not dead like the rest?
Someone named the Widow paid those nomads to find me.
Yeah, I don't know why they make it like so less action in the trailer. In the TV show, have way more actions in
I'm
there.
offering you a different path, a nobler destiny, the opportunity to train as one of my clippers.
There's so many, and then this one, 100. Why IGN is the place that kind of like show it? That's weird.
97 years ago, a nuclear apocalypse killed
This is
everything
100.
on Earth, leaving the planet simmering in radiation. But fortunately, not everyone was on the ground. At the time, 12 space stations were in orbit and came together to form the Ark. For 3 generations, humans have survived up here. We've only dreamed of setting foot on the ground, breathing real air. But this is our reality.
Prisoner 319, face the wall.
No, it's not my time.
Pull out your arm.
No, please, just check my file. You'll see. You're early. You'll see
Take
that.
off the watch.
No, it was my father's.
Take it off.
No, get off me!
Basically, the 100, they got too many people in the Ark, so they purged a bunch of young people for some reason, just tossed them down into Earth.
Clark, stop! Mom? What is this? They're killing us, aren't they? Reducing population to make more time for the rest of you.
Listen to me. You're being sent to the ground. All 100 of you.
What? Our crimes were petty, but overcrowding made us expendable. We all tested authority one way or another. So now, we get to test the Earth to see if mankind can finally go home. What was that?
That was the atmosphere.
Yeah, this is 100. It's actually, at the beginning, is a very, very fun.
Retro rockets are next in 3 seconds. 2, 1.
It is a quite old show in some sense. I'm getting older. 11 years ago, the trailer is.
The air could be
Holy
toxic.
shit.
The air's toxic. We're all dead anyway.
Basically, season 1 is like revolve around a lot of like this 100 like teenagers, I think. Yeah, season 1 is generally that, and then later on, the people from the Ark, like something happened to the Ark, and then like the entire Ark also crashed down into the Earth. So it's not 100 anymore. So it's the entire freaking population. I was like, what's the point? What's the point? Yeah, and then there's another one. If you kind of notice, here's a lot of like sci-fi one. I still remember sci-fi one a lot, but not a lot about like quite a lot of other TV show. Falling Skies, 13 years ago. Oh shit, I'm getting old.
Go ooh la la with the lowest prices on Lazada.
Over every major city in maybe they'll take me to their
Government has yet to ascertain the motive. Attempts to make contact have been unsuccessful.
evacuation route. We are not waiting around to find them. was in school when the ships came. They were really big. They blew up army bases. All of the capitals. Then they came.
Falling Skies.
Yeah, this type of TV show is like slowly going away for some reasons. You don't see this kind of TV shows anymore.
We don't know what they want, but
You can consider around those time, this kind of TV show is like super high budget.
pushed. If we had to start over and these survivors became the architects of the next civilization, how would you do it?
Who are you when you are in the most painful, dire situation? What kind of person are you? Are you someone who gets up and fights and has hope?
This is about how to try to retain your
This is a
sense of
weird ass
humanity
trailer.
when just about everything is being taken away from us.
We're gonna split up, we're gonna run, and we're gonna survive.
I just want everything back to where it was.
So basically it's like Walking Dead but alien. If you kind of think about it. Yeah, that's a lot of things. It is more or less Walking Dead. Because back in the days, Walking Dead is so popular. Lost, Walking Dead, and Heroes. These three TV shows, technically Supernatural too. Supernatural, Lost, Walking Dead, and Heroes. All this 4 TV show is like the pioneer of like creative shows around those time. Lots of TV shows trying to copy them. So, and then there's a copy of versions. Falling Sky is the copy of trying to be like the copy of Walking Dead, but with much more high budget with aliens. And then Revolutions is a copy of Falling Skies. Thank you very much. I draw lots of things. Like, this is a coloring page, by the way. You can actually download it once I finish it. I already finished the Ina one. And then there's the Doki Bird one. I watch so many sci-fi related show. Kind of like I have like a little bit too much. Yeah, if you want to download the Doki Bird one and the Ina one is actually in my Ko-Fi, you guys can go to that and then take a look at it. Oh yeah, I forgot to post in like my donation link too for people to, hold on a little bit. And then pin this thing. And then go to my Twitch. So post this thing. And then pin this thing. Yeah, and then here's my donation link. And then as for the Ko-Fi, hold on a little bit. Technically Ko-Fi, the Ko-Fi bot just keeps spamming it. If you didn't manage to see one, here's it. So if you go to Ko-Fi, there's lots of, like, I can teach you guys how to like get it for free. Just pay me $0 and then you guys can get it for free. You're going to get the line version, the background colored versions, and then like the reference versions. And then also Ina one too. Oops, not this one. Yeah. So you will go to this page, which I gave you. So you'll go to this page and take a look at this. It's in the shop. It's free. And I know I can't do it in dark mode. Ko-Fi weirdly do not have dark mode. I tried. Oh, don't worry. I used to be very shitty at drawing. In fact, I can tell you one thing. I'm actually very bad at drawing. If anyone used the fractions of amount of time that I used to practice drawing, anyone with like decent amount of skills or just like okay, they kind of able to draw way better than me. Like literally, I draw when I was a kid, and I'm now 30 years old, and I'm only at this level. Like when I say I'm only at this level, you can see like the rest of things I just draw. Like this is my level. For learning drawing for so long, I just can draw it until this level. If you pay attention to a lot of other people do drawing, you know my drawing is considered more or less is just average, or you can say slightly above average. I can't compete with the actual like super good one, like those kind of like painted style, like those kind of like really like very beautiful illustrations with like good rendering. I can't compete with them. I have like zero ability to compete with them. You can still say like my level with my age, how long I have drawn, and the ability that how much I prove is, you kind of can say mediocre so far, because I have learned drawing for so long. This is my level. I already hit my limit a long time ago. Yeah, my line work is good, but the problem is my ability to paint. Because I used to be a traditional painter, when I transitioned to digital, even now, I'm still not used to it. Because I'm taking like 3 days on this. Imagine, you really have to take a time to carve out one zipper at a time. Anything would look kind of good at the end. This is called carving style, by the way. Not a lot of people can do it, because I'm trying to teach a lot of friends that are actually legitimately way better art than have way better art skill than me. For some reason, they can't do it. And they all unanimously agree that this is only something that I can do for some reasons. If you actually used Clip Studio Paint, you can do something like this, because, or I can definitely say this, I don't really have a very good line art skill. This is, in a way, something that I created, not actually I created. I think someone in the world also have done this thing long as time ago. It's just I'm using it so egregiously to do the entire line art. But still, this is one of the way for me to skip a lot of line art work. Sorry, the music. I also do chicken scratch. Look at this. If I... See? Technically, sketch supposed to look chicken scratchy in the first place. There's no good sketch in this world. And you can technically say like my art style is literally using the very like you can kind of like already see like it's very sketchy in some sense. All the thing I draw so far is looking very sketchy. It's not exactly chicken scratch, but still at the end it looks more like a sketch than an actual outline. You can see it. Technically this thing called simple style, so it's supposed to be look like this. But yeah, even like the nicer one is still kind of looks a bit chicken scratchy. The way it's drawn. You should actually, because here's the thing: how to improve drawing? We actually never improved, in a sense. We never really improve our drawing skill. We just learn to cover up our drawing skill. I'm not kidding. Imagine like everything we draw, we have to finish it because we need to know which part we did sucks. So no matter what, you can try to draw as fast as possible, at least try to make some things that you can make within a day. Try to finish it, color it, because the more day you delay, the more of that like drawing feeling is gone, so you can't really continue it afterward. You need to make something simple, something shitty. I'm not kidding, make something shitty. You can draw it as fast as possible or draw it as careful as possible, but you have to focus. Like drawing an eye like this. This is the eyelid, so yeah, so basically just learn how to draw, like no matter how shitty it is, how ugly it look. Just draw it like, if you want to draw eye, draw a close-up of eye. Draw as fast as possible. Know your mistake. Because you still have to draw properly. This is how I draw eyebrow, by the way. The more you draw, the more you understand this. I can open like this particular case that you have to learn is because like we learn to cover our mistake. We do not actually improve our drawing. We just learn to mask our mistake more and more and more to the point that it kind of like look good enough. In a way, you kind of like think you don't really have to be like pro artists. You don't really have to be like godlike painting skill to actually like do something that you think is going to be nice. So imagine this. All you need to think is like, I need to draw a window. You don't really have to draw it. You just have to imagine a impression of a window. You don't try to think about the most realistic window next to your room. You've seen the window before. You have an impression what a window look like. So I would draw the window like this. Hold on. Back to pen. Yes. I would draw the window like this. And then, oh, the window have frame. So I draw a window with frame. And then, oh, my window have two doors. Two like window doors. So I'm going to draw windows. Then this thing look like a cupboard. In order not to make this thing look like a cupboard, I decided to draw maybe a tree outside. Maybe draw like a branch here, also another tree branch, and then add a swing out there. You just need to have the impression of learning how to make sense of your drawing. And then I can add like a ground here, or a building also here. This is Timmy house. Timmy house also have a window, but have a cross window. And then you add a curtain, and then you remember, oh, I can add a curtain there. So you decided to draw an impression of a curtain over there too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1, 2, 3, 4 ring here. 1, 2, 3, 4 ring here. You just have to see? The more ideas you have, the impression of a window, the more you draw it, the more you'll be able to do it. And then I need to add like maybe like a table here. It's like a working table. This is where I am seeing this right now. Like what kind of like workshop table I have here. Maybe I can draw like a pencil case here. Thing that put some pencil here, and then I put some books here. See, the more you think about the impression of something, the more you'll be able to like add stuff into it. And then draw an open book here. What you need to learn is to have the ability to like trust your imaginations. all you need to do is to know what kind of impression you want to draw. You can draw a impressions of a human face. And I just say a human face. I'm not really saying like any other things. I can draw something like this, or I can draw something nostril too far apart. Doesn't really need to look like anime like. Just a pseudo anime like face is fine. And then once you know how to draw like a pseudo anime like face and stuff, hold on a little bit. Yep. And then you can adjust the eye. I want this eye to look more anime, and then you just need to erase it. You know where the eye is going to be already. Just draw bigger eyes then. You don't like big nose? You like a much more sharper chin? You want the hair much more blocky? Like everything you do is just a impression of what you want. Just that. Just learn to complete something like this. Very simple. Like you already seen me like did a lot of drawing like this. Once you finish all this drawing, you don't have to be like me, keep deleting shit, because I'm actually just showing you guys an example only. Once you finish all this thing, you kind of like can study it. Okay, this is the eyeball. This is eyeball. What that I'm missing? I'm missing eyelash. So next time I need to learn how to cover it up, make it look much more realistic by adding eyelash. My character is bald. So you can imagine, like, do I need to draw a hairline here first before I draw the hair? Gonna sleep backward, or I draw all this hairline and then start drawing the hair this way, and then draw the ears in too this time. Like you just keep doing these kind of things time and time. You keep studying. Once you finish, you start studying your stuff. Once you finish, every single time, stop by and take a look. Maybe like I do something like this. Oh, I can literally do it on this one. Hold on a little bit. Like this one. This one is the best one because it have a lot of posing. So you always do something like studying your own artwork. It's like, this is the head. And this is the body. So this is how I draw the body. Study your own artwork, knowing where did it go wrong. You can see I kind of made the... If I draw it like this, you know that the body and the waist should be in here. But you kind of notice the body is actually, I made it so far away. It looks like this. So if I really need to draw the body, The head should be looking here. And then the body should be here. And then the hand should be here. And then this is the rib cage. And then the booba should be here. So I kind of nailed some of the part. It's just I also didn't nail quite a lot of part, you know? So if I do this, the leg should be like this. In this position, not in that position. So it's like you generally just screw up your drawing, and then now you know that how to cover it up, draw it better next time. Always screw up your drawing. Always make a bad drawing. Trust me, if you, especially when you want to learn, you always have to have this mentality. Always make a bad drawing so you can learn from the bad drawing. Even your best drawing is your bad drawing. And it's the bad drawing that you're really proud of. Why? Because it's going to be the stepping stone for you to make a next better drawing. Next better bad drawing. And the more you draw, the more you learn how to cover up your mistake. It's not improving. Trust me. So long, I have to keep telling people this thing. We are not improving our artwork. We just learn how to cover up our mistake. More and more and more. Make it more and more looking like some certain style. It end up looking like a style. Because we are trying to... So you're trying to best to draw like a realistic stuff first. It's always nice to learn how to draw first. And when I say always nice to learn how to draw, it's like you have to know how to use your entire arm when you do drawing. Let me move the camera a little bit. So you need to learn how to use your entire arm to do drawing. See? When you draw, you actually need to learn how to shift your entire hand. Do not just do this, okay? Technically you can. It just depends on what kind of things you draw. So I'm going to do like a exercise shows that going to like teach you guys how to do like proper drawing exercises. So first thing first, if you're using digital, turn off your stabilizations. It's going to ruin your practice. Turn off your stabilizations. Learn to draw accurately by putting a dot, 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 dot in your far edge of the page. And then yeah, just keep drawing line from point A to point B. Challenge yourself by drawing various different connections you think you can do. On different angle, of course. So I can do this back and forth in one angle, this one in one angle, this one in one angle. Just keep doing this. You kind of like can learn how to move your hand in many different directions. Okay, this is a very good exercise for a lot of people. And another thing, after you finish that, you can do a much more stamina. It's more like training your arm, like forearm, like shoulder muscle to do this. Just keep on. Like I put like a point in the middle. Hold on a bit, saving. I put a point in the middle. So always use that middle as a point of reference, and just keep creating a lot of dash line. So you can do this. This is to train your ability to move your hand. And then another thing is to train your stamina. Why I say this thing is actually going to train your stamina. Just do this. Do not just maintain drawing a circle, and then do not touch the dot. You can see my entire arm is moving. Everything is shifting, moving. Even though I'm looking at the camera right now, I'm still doing a good job. Why? Because I kind of got used to it. But yeah, you have to learn the motion of the arm. That is just sometimes you're just going to, you know, do something like this at the end. So you need to have the ability to make a continuous line, and a very stable continuous line when you need it. Then once you finish this is like a long week exercise. I'm just doing everything in one go, trying to teach you guys as fast as possible. But in reality, this thing is going to like make your arm like so sore to the point it's like you just did like 50 push-ups. I'm not kidding, it's going to happen. So you just do one at a time of what I taught you. Maybe first day you do that for like 2-3 days, and then the next one you do like this one another 2-3 days. And then once you start getting used to it, you can do like 2 at the same time, and then you start doing this thing. Once you get familiarized, you do this, and then the next one is going to be even much more harder. This is the last one, you should know it. Well, used to be able to, now not so much. So this time, you need to start doing an oval shape. Looking at this oval shape, you just slowly, you can see it, shift this oval shape, slowly spin it. While in the same time, it kind of looked easy, but used to be very hard for me. In the same time, you just keep on do like the oval shape spinning, but keep the spinning not touching the dot. You can see I almost touched the dot a few times because at some angle it's still kind of like a little bit challenge for me, but back in the day I was like going everywhere. This is also to train your consistency accuracy. You can learn to draw cube, circle, triangle, like this kind of things that you just keep drawing. Just have a full page of all this thing. Maybe like hexagon, pentagon, like depends. Because all this thing challenge your ability to draw more stuff. And then rectangle. You see, you just keep like drawing behind them more and more and more. This is also like to train your ability to visualize stuff, even like stuff is like getting behind it. See? And then once you got used to all this shape, try to make a 3D version of it. Best if you start with a cube. You kind of like already understand how a cube works at this point. You've seen a dice before, you've seen a box before, you see a lot of things before. So this time you try to draw like the shape in an angle that you can never see. It's going to be imperfect, and then once you got used to it, just draw a cube. You can draw one type of cube just in fixed angle, but always do this. Do this crossed and shade it. Why? Because this way you can understand the dimensions of a lot of things when you kind of like do it. Because once you get used to this thing, you are going to draw boxes in various angles. And each time you're going to do the same thing. Remember, I'm just trying to do it as fast as possible so the box aren't that accurate. Okay. So just keep doing this. And keep doing it. And again, like I say, multiple various angle. Even overlapping them. This is why I need this cross, is to maintain your consistency. Because you know you didn't draw the correct shape when you feel like this cube, the square in there, looks a little bit deformed. The more you do it, the more you'll be able to draw a much more perfect square. Because you just keep drawing non-stop. Each square is going to be improved, be a slightly better square and cubed. Okay? You know, like more. This is to train your ability to think 3D. Because we do not really draw a 3D object. Because we kind of draw impressions of a 3D object. If we don't know, won't be able to see this part, we do not really able to like think that properly. So imagine you draw a cylinder shape. On the front side is going to be just looking just like a square. But now if I spin this up a little bit to this side, and now you'll be able to see this cylinders. The more I spin, the more circle you can see. But usually if you're doing something like this, it's really hard for a person to be able to like think 3D enough. Yeah, you're supposed to go to bed around this time. So, yeah, thank you very much for staying by and, you know, listen to me blabbling and stuff. But, yeah, if you remember, like, how to do all this type of, like, exercise, then, yeah. Also, if you can, in the futures, you can try to donate to me too. I like to teach people, but the thing is, like, if I don't earn enough money, it's hard to, you know, stream. Obviously not now. I mean, like, when you have the ability to. But either way, thank you very much for watching. Good to have a nice, fun dream. Good night, then. Kuaku. Okay, let's continue our journey of trying to draw some things. That is really going to be very difficult for me. And doing this. Yeah, Melody have like lots of detailed stuff I have to like put it into, because her model again is weirdly a lot of like very detailed. You guys know why. If you guys know Melody, like, you know why the model is so freaking detailed. I think the belt I should make it like thicker. And I actually have a model here. I'm taking a look at it. So if you guys didn't know, this is Project Melody. This is her model. I'm a very say-so person, okay? No matter how lewd the character model is, I can draw it in a way that's not actually that lewd. Besides, she is actually a very wholesome person. She is a very wholesome pervert. In reality, if you watch her stream, it's like she is actually legitimately a pervert. Imagine she's here watching it and I say that, it'd be like, I fully agreed. I'd be like, holy shit. But I do want to state one thing too. Like Melody, you know, in real life persons, I think she is the world's most dangerous person due to her adorable natures. She is good because you kind of forgot that she is a pervert. So if you are her partner, you might be one day see her with a strap on her hand and then give you a puppy eyes, and it'll be like, all right. The chance of that happening to you is going to be very high. Because you know she is into kinky stuff. And you are going to be the subject of a kinky stuff. And you'll be like, oh shit. Unless you're into that shit. Then you guys are match made in heaven, I guess. There's a reason why this artwork kind of like look good. Because I'm actually legitimately meticulously carved the shit out. I don't think a lot of people actually do line art this way. Almost none in existence. Because this thing takes too much time. I'm literally slowly chipped away stuff like a freaking like marble statue at this point. Not actually is because it's a style I choose and then like I have a hyper fixations and dedication of it. It's more like I'm trying to cover, like I say it before when I'm teaching you guys how to do drawing. How to be better in drawing is just to learn how to cover up your mistake. My mistake is, and my weakness and mistake is, I clearly know is line art. I'm actually not really good at it. And because I'm not really good at it, I find a way, a new method to make a line art this way. It's kind of like circumvented my ability to unable to control line weight. And this way, I create a certain like appeal when it comes to like doing all this kind of like line art. Is what you call it, a very like marble chipping like style. So I'm calling it carving style. I'm literally, legitly, slowly carving out the thing. But carving style have one big weakness when it comes to this. Carving style is good at much more simpler drawing like this one. Or this one. Very heavy inking on the side. But when you want to be like very detailed, it's going to be very difficult. Why I say that is because, just look at this. I'm literally trying to make as detailed as possible to the point that I'm literally just carving out each and every zipper here. This is not a dedication. This is a job at this point. Well, technically it is a job. I'm trying to make some like free coloring page artwork to like as like a, you know, marketing purpose and this and that, yeah, the other stuff. So if anyone appreciate me from making this art going to be free for other people to like do coloring, do go to my Ko-Fi page, and then my Ko-Fi actually pop on the time when I talk about it. My Ko-Fi page have like already 2 artwork popping out for free, the Doki Bit one, and then this one. You guys can actually download it for free and then play with the colors. The line art is already provided. The dedications I have on this thing. Carving the zipper out one by one. I'm not sure it's going to be looking good or not, because like some people might be little bit perfectionist. They want all the zipper look like very manufacturing identical level. Oh yeah, like the first one shouldn't look like this. This first one usually it have like, you know, like this have pointy point here. And then afterward, they have a stopper instead of, you know, all this thing. Too rigid. Make it much more rounded, softer. By the way, again, I do love to have a chat. So anyone who are interesting and want to like have some chat fun with me, I'm actually inside Project Orbit, open chat server. So anyone who are actually want to like have a little bit fun, you guys can, you know, drop by and have live chat with me. Speaking about this, let's try to post a little bit more. Okay, I might have to take a short break. I need to go to the toilet. So, be back soon. And And I'm back! Whew. Lots of things to do. Oh, resolved. Too bad. Well, there's no point showing this then. Dun 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 dun. Just there's so many things I want to do. So little time. Oops, wrong. Clicked the wrong thing. Okay, I'm back with the things that I want to do. Oh yeah, by the way, for those who managed to just join it, hello there, my name is Kiray, and I'm your host and your voice here to entertain you, and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. And welcome to my first donathon. Oh, by the way, I did hear some people want to learn how I managed to like unlock my default true voice. I have no idea. To be honest, like it really depends on people's situations. Because my voice sound like this. Most of the time I sound like this. Or by default, even I thought my voice sounds like this. Always sounds like this. This is why like my model at the end like adjusted to a way that kind of like on the younger side of the anime characters, because that's just like how I heard my sound in that kind of like, you know, tone and thing. But my friend did notice there's some forced voice in there. It kind of like my vocal cord is just like squeezing 24/7. So he just taught me how to like just do a little bit. Just open up my vocal cord, relax it, and use my diaphragm voice to talk. When you say diaphragm voice, it's like you have to flex the diaphragm muscle to output the volume, depends on the voice of volume, and you don't necessarily have to like force the diaphragm control. All you need to do is just relax your vocal cord. You can do it. How to relax your vocal cord? I think someone asked how to do it before, but I can't really teach you guys how to do it. The best way you kind of like can think about it is like, imagine you were sick and you try to talk like this. Why? It's basically you do not have any strength left in your vocal cord. You can't reform your vocal cord on the sharper pitch or lower pitch. And then try to like just let it go naturally. If something's really hard to tell, because like you can't really change, like me, from this voice like change to this voice. It's a very different voice, but the speech is also a little bit different. You kind of can already notice it. It really depends on how a person can like do their voice properly or not. Alright. Took enough vacations. Let's kind of like do a little bit other things. Sorry, bed. Let me go and do something first. Yeah, I was targeted by, gosh dang, like those kind of like copyright troll again. I kind of hate that. It's just like tiny melody. They now just copyright melody right now, so it's the worst case scenario. Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at this like Latin author stuff. Yeah, this Latin author thing is basically like some sort of like corporate troll company that basically just try their best to strike down any video that use music, even that's not related to them. It's still kind of related to them at the end, and they somehow manage to find a new way to like do copyright claim. They literally claim the melody. So basically, if we do something like dun 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 dun, if I doing something like this, if they kind of like recognize the melody is like their kind of like rhythm melody, they will copyright claim you. I don't know why YouTube make it even worse. This is stupid. Like literally, this company is literally. I'm taking a look at it. It's more or less like extorting a lot of like everyone in YouTube space. This Latin author starting to use AI to kind of like false claim lots of things. Yeah, the Latin author really is more or less like a super notorious like copyright troll at this point. Man, I keep getting talking about that asshole. He's ripping me a new one. Alright, let's ignore that. Continue to stream then. Oh, wait. Nope. Any other of my friends is streaming. Oh, Karin is streaming. By the way, let's get that like lots of things to do. Oops. Yeah, sometimes I did something very good and then you realize you're on the wrong color palette. And then you didn't do something good. Sad. Let's do big obvious carve first and then do the detail one later on. Alright, by the time I'm streaming right now, should be a lot of people having their morning breakfast. Hi there, everyone. Good morning to you guys on the western side if you decided to watch this English streamers. I'm not actually English. I'm not from the US. I'm not from any other place. I'm not from Earth. Yeah, just joking. I'm a Malaysian, so my time is literally afternoon at the moment. So for you guys who are in the morning or like already in dead of night, hello there. Too sweet. Too sweet. I need to use less sugars next time. Anyway. So how's everyone day? I know asking this is like opening up a landmine. Because here's the thing. I always want to tell people that do not ask me about my day. Do not ask me about my day. Because here's the thing. I cannot lie that well. Nor I want to pretend that my life is good. In fact, my life is not good. This is why do not ask me. Like, how are you? How about your day? Like, I can't really give people like, what's supposed I give you if I don't live a good day? Like, I still think this is like the most stupidest way to like greet people. How do you do? Society nowadays, not doing great. Next time I should just say this. Yeah, according to society nowadays, the statistic of people would have a good day is only rich people. I'm not rich, so yes. And in fact, not doing great. Next time I should answer it like this. Yeah, thank you very much. Don't worry, I'm not actually those kind of people who's super down even on the bad days. For me, I'm the kind of person who is like, you would more or less would associate with the kind of person who ain't going down like a bitch, no matter how bad the day is. So I can tell you how bad the day is going to be, but it's not going to affect me that much. I just not going to answer it too much that, you know, like sometimes if you talk lots of negative stuff, even it doesn't faze me anymore, it's still going to faze some people like randomly. Oh, by the way, thank you for the, you know, sentiment. I have a reason why I answered it this way. It's because if you look at the tag, you kind of notice I'm disabled. But in reality, actually my situation is way worse. I'm not actually disabled. In a sense. I'm disabled on the symptoms. Even the doctor acknowledged I'm actually disabled. But due to how like medical write down, like dictate how you are disabled, I'm technically not on paper. But I am on on symptom wise. Is what the doctor would told me that, yeah, you technically are at a state that is like, you're not bad enough to be disabled, but here's the thing, you're also not good enough to be able. Yeah, that's why I'm unemployed, doing all these things. Technically, I do love streaming too, so that is a plus. But the problem is, I'm unemployed. That's the main point. If anyone been unemployed before for a very long period of time, they know the stress. And I don't want to put on those kind of like stress to people, or like I also in the same time I don't want to, you know, like I am the kind of person who face the reality of a situation, you know, like if you lost a leg, you lost a leg. You can't like be always like hunky dory, like somewhat in some sense it's like deny on it. I might be very acceptance on my conditions, but also in the same time I'm not really denial on my conditions. So because I refuse to be denial on my conditions, I refuse to tell people that I'm actually doing great. I just refuse that point. What's the point of telling people that are great when you clearly are not? But also at the same time, I'm not like very negative about it. It's just that, you know, at some point you just have to accept the situations that if you're disabled, you're disabled. Especially at those kind of conditions that you can't really like get help, or you know, you can't really do anything about it. Even doctors can't do anything about it. Like essentially, you really do have to do the most funniest thing above like all this thing is like suck it up. Yeah, sadly that is the only method that you can do, because you gotta have to live with it. How you're gonna live with it really depends on you. Also, yeah. Thank you, Atomic Peach, for dropping by. Hope you don't get eaten, because I feel like you're going to be radiate like a lot of radiation just from eating you, and most likely explode. So let's skip the downer talk. So, how about talking about something more funny? Like Peaches. Yeah, Peaches have like the Mario one. Peaches have like a new games, right? 2 new games, actually. One is the one that she can transform into different role, and then another one is like the puzzle game that she can summon like blocks to use. Yeah, that one. Have anyone tried that game? Because I certainly didn't. There's so many games that are coming out. Just in this few months. It's so ridiculous. The amount of game is like about to come out. Monster Hunters, Dynasty Warriors. Ooh, there's so many. Let me do a very rough outline first. Yeah, if you kind of notice, I'm literally more or less like, I'm not drawing line art, I'm carving out a line art. This way I can have like a much more better control on the line weight. Yeah, I'm those kind of people who love games, so almost any type of games I can actually have a talk about, because I almost play all types of game. But I do say going to be funny a little bit. I don't really play a lot of gacha game. I think the longest gacha game I play, like I just mentioned before, only World Flipper and maybe Kuro game, like Punishing Greater Raven and like Wuthering Wave. Those are kind of play a certain amount of time. Like I can say definitely way longer than most of like the games that I played. Yeah, I do think about this a lot most of the time when I talk about it, because like main thing, I used to talk a lot about my medical conditions that happens to me, is that I want people to be more aware of this kind of situation is not exactly only happen to me. Actually, a lot of people stuck in these systems that kind of like they are just borderline disabled. They are not actually like, you know, like actually disabled. So I want to like always like teach people those kind of things. But I think I have been talking about my medical condition way too much. So much so, like, if I have like a usual viewer, they would say like, oh no, he's starting doing it again. So nowadays I just like kind of a little bit vague on my medical condition unless people ask about it. I won't really like go like, you know, like gung ho just like the moment I just mention a little bit about it and then I start talking about it. Just long story short, ear got issues, losing my balance, can't control my movement like most people, unless I need to do it manually. Basically just that. And it's very distracting. Oh, if you play gacha game, do you have Nintendo Switch? You can try a game called Xenoblade 2. I love that game. I love the entire Xenoblade saga. Xenoblade X is going to come out this year too. The remake versions. Not sure it's a remaster remake at this point. They update the model because Xenoblade X is like from the what era again? Yeah, from the Wii era. So it's a very old game. So they remaster everything that looks even much more better. The mecha looks like great. The graphic looks like beautiful, even more beautiful, more updated than the Xenoblade 3. But Xenoblade is like really good. If you kind of like play a lot of game enough to see how predatory like AAA games nowadays, or like some of the gacha game nowadays, like really predatory. And Xenoblade literally are like the company Monolith. I forgot, like, is it Monolith Games or like Monolith something? I remember there's two company named themselves Monolith. So they have like a slightly different variations of like Monolith. But yeah. So they created Xenoblade, and then Xenoblade 1 is like around the time I do think, even still now I believe, is the best open world RPG that ever made. I'm not kidding. And then even the Xenoblade 2 when it came out, I still think it's the best open world RPG that ever made. That you can literally interact with so many things like in RPG concept is greatest thing in the world. Like imagine like if you play Final Fantasy, the Zodiac Age one. Yeah, that one that you walk around and then like also like beat the crap out of the freaking dinosaurs. Yeah, that one. It's like above that. It's like that kind of concept. They went far and beyond with that concept and turned into super open world. And that is Xenoblade. And Xenoblade 1, great. Also have a very good story. And then Xenoblade 2, holy heck, Xenoblade 2 is basically they are trying to point the middle finger at the gacha industry. Why? Because there's literally a gacha system in that. You can, like, you have a weapon system called Blade, but all the blade is like some sort of like artificial being with personalities. They can turn, they all born with a set of weapon with them, so they can pass a weapon to you, and then they can also like transfer energy to you, and then you become like a very strong person that can use that weapon powers. Back in the day, it doesn't work that way. Of course, like someone pioneered this kind of technique, but still, that is from a DLC story. Basically, like new entire whole new game. That one is like, but yeah, Xenoblade is super fun, and Xenoblade 2 because of that, they have like a gacha system, the cube system. You can keep on getting a shit tons of blade, so many blade that they call blade, those artificial weapon, so many different type. So it's also waifu and husbando in there. Because every blade is more like an artificial being. They are practically human with personalities. It's just every single time they get resummoned, you know, like the owner dies, and then like they turn back to cubed, and then their memory got wiped. So it's more like resummon. They have like a set of personality with them. So they have like unique blade. Unique blade is the one that like have personalities and like have a little bit much more special to them. And then common blade, and then legendary blade, like all those kind of things. Just so essentially you try to grind those kind of cube out, and then you try to like gacha your like, depends, like you can gacha your character or not. I should play the game more actually. Stream and play the game, because I still haven't gacha the characters I really want. I really want Cosmos, and I never really gacha Cosmos. Gosh dang it. My luck is like Cosmos is one of the hardest character to actually get gacha actually. And my friend got it first try. Like usually you get like one free first legendary easily, and the first legendary he got is Cosmos. I was like, holy shit, your luck. Your luck is it's like getting like if you try to get lottery, you won't get this this lucky. And essentially, like usually, you know, like when you get into gachanomic, you already know like people give you less chance, so you can buy lots of like gacha boxes, so you can gacha the shit out of it. In Xenoblade, you have to work for those things. It's literally entire gacha tokenomic systems added into a single player games. And then the way the gacha generosity they gave you is practically freemium, best freemium things you can ever have. So it's like they literally are almost in a way point a middle finger at the entire gacha like industry. It's really fun to play the game. Also, like it's also, you can see like the jab they have. And then on the third game, the Xenoblade 3, they combine Xenoblade 1 characters and 2 kind of like together, the mechanic and system, all the gameplay and stuff, and then add in their own spins and stuff. Like they really are creative with their game. And there's a part of the gameplay system is how MMORPG have those kind of like tokenomic systems. Those tokenomic system is like, you know, how Ubisoft like wants you to pay for a single player game to skip the grind or like level boosting or something like that. You technically can do that in Xenoblade 3, but you don't have to pay for it. It's free. Like you can grind like fighting like elite unit and like sometimes like a few bosses or like legendary bosses or those kind of things, like, or challenge to get those kind of token. And then when you do cooking, and then you don't have the ingredient for the cooking for the food to cook to boost your party member for like that particular buff, you can actually use the token to just like skip the ingredient, just get the food that way. And sometimes like you have a lot of classes you can level up. You can actually boost the level that way. Of course, like they have like some balanced like stage system there, but still at the end you can just literally use the token to boost the level that way. And there's some mission is like collection missions. So you need to collect some item, and then like to get like some tiny like new like accessory benefit, this and that, yeah, that stuff. You can also use that token to kind of like use that token to skip some of like the gathering things that you should do like either later time or like way too early. You're too lazy to go back to like low level area and then do the grind, and you can just use the token to skip it. And you know what, you can't buy the token, you literally have to grind for the tokens. So it's like they use all the egregious stuff that the game industry used, the egregious tactic, they make it free for you to use. You can't like turn it into actual game mechanic, not like people making it because they want microtransaction. They didn't make it because they want you to buy input more money into the game to buy this kind of shit. They give it for you. They literally give it to you. I really love how the business model they did is basically they always trying their best to point a middle finger at the entire gaming industry. Yeah, you guys should like go check out like Xenoblade series. All the game dev over there know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. Oh, I am like a very big fan of Xenoblade. If I have the money, I would already buy, like pre-order the Xenoblade Crossed game a long time ago. And since it's a Japanese company, they do have like those anime trope in there. They made it so well. Like it's basically, try to imagine like before Miles Morales, they are trying their best to make their game as anime as possible. And they are slowly improving their animations for making it as anime as possible. Like you know how Zenith Zones Zero have like this very like innovative way to have like some rigging, like like how jiggly most of the things is, like squats and stretch to the maximum limit. 3D can't do that well. A lot of people like have like this stuck mindset of how they going to make like 3D animations. So before Xenozone Zero, I think like the closest to try to make as anime as possible when to make like the 3D animations, to make them as anime as possible, is actually Xenoblade 2. Like how they frame their animations and everything. So it's the closest to it. I know MiHoYo have a little bit good like on even like on the before game, they are doing like very great job at the animations department, but still it's not anime back then. It's just like it looks cartoon most of the time. Like, not cartoon, it's more like a very fluid game that have anime design. But they never really like frame their camera away or like the movement, like like we have like this anime like sometimes like go into a frame, something like that, like those kind of things does not exist like in the MiHoYo game in the past. They only start doing it in Xenozone Zero. So in some sense, like the way they kind of like start doing those kind of things is like Xenoblade. For me, my personal opinion, Xenoblade started first, using the 3D animation in such a way. But obviously they try their best. They don't really have like good, it's a system that's stuck in your head. You don't really know how to do it. But I can show you one of the scene they have. You can immediately recognize it. They just trying their best to make it as anime as possible. this part. I should remove myself for a while. I need to let you guys see this thing. Oops.
よし、終わったも
完成したのか？
もちろんも。あとはエネルギーチャージして起動すればいいもん。
ニアたちが処刑されてしまうまでもう時間がない。急ぐんじゃトラ。
わかったもん。人工ブレード、お前が目覚める時が。ダメよトラ君。なんでだもん。人工ブレイドなんて呼んでたらかわいそう。ちゃんと名前をつけてあげて。トラ君が考えた名前を。そうかも。実はトラ、もう考えてあるもん、こいつの名前。
そっか、じゃあ迷うこともないな。
さあ始めるがよいトラよ。
わかったもん。
Yeah, you can see like how they frame all things is as anime as possible. And then later on they amp up the animators to 11. Yeah, this Xenoblade 2 is like very, I can't say like somewhat old game. It's like 6-7 years ago. Oh shit, old. I think it's like even like before Miles Morales game is out. And then I can show you Xenoblade 3, which is like a few years ago. Yeah, this one looks good. Not sure they are going to go for like full on British or like
reduces different
Japanese
types of spots
one.
on all Asian skin tones. New glycolic bright anti-dark spot serum.
Good start.
This is Xenoblade 3.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, the English dub is actually full on like as UK as possible. Because the first game back then, they're trying to like save budget, so they didn't hire like the most expensive one, so they go for like the UK one. But people kind of like got stuck with it by like how campy the UK one is, and then they just keep using them because a lot of people loved it. You can see like how animated is it, like they are trying to aim for.
What did I just do? What? This hand. Is it mine? Huh? How are you inside me? Inside? Hold on. Are we?
Man, this transformation I always see like is super cool. And Xenoblade is really peak anime as a game. It's not just JRPG, this is anime RPG. And you guys, some people might think Trail of the Sky, like Trail the series, is the most like anime RPG game that you ever seen. I think Xenoblade topped it ages ago.
You're practically one step away from being on the same level as us.
So we're one being.
To put it bluntly, you're failures. Fact is, the two of us are mortal enemies.
Enemies?
You got the picture? No further questions? Then let's get back on the dance floor.
Countdown from 3. 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
I know what you're thinking. However, if I keep on firing punch shots, I'm bound to hit one of you sooner or later, preferably sooner.
Oh crap! Noah!
Mimi!
You sure? I'm just practicing, Rosanna. There's no need for this. Sorry.
Watch out! Come on! They want to take you out the running! We can take care of ourselves! Just go!
Lance, that form. You mean?
Hey, I'm here too! Diner as well. So then...
Yeah, like the game is just cool and fun. Just flat out cool. I think the hand is a little bit. Yeah, it's like somewhat mecha, somewhat not, but Xenoblade Cross is flat out just mecha. So if you really want to get into the series, I think Xenoblade Cross is almost is going to come out in this year, around this month. Not this month, like this year. So you can try to pay attention to the release date of Xenoblade Cross. That one is much more like a spin-off of the Xenoblade saga. Xenoblade Cross is like the far-flung futures of like Xenoblade, like very far in futures. They actually legitly have mecha. like to traverse the area, you literally have to turn yourself into a mecha and then fly around the map. And then some of the bosses, like, you really need to use the mecha to fight because they are so gigantic. Yeah, if you are an anime lover, like, Xenoblade is a really good anime game. Using this method to make a line art is actually really difficult. I tried to teach my friends how to do this, but they all say like this might be something that only I can do. It's not like impossible, they can do it, it's just they told me it's actually much harder than it looks. Like, it's already hard to do it when just looking at it. What they said is, it's just trying to do it. They realize it's even harder because sometimes you really have to like know what you are doing or what like most of like the things are doing to be able to like do it properly. For me, when doing this thing is basically my way of like skipping doing line art, because no human in the world do line art this way so far that I know of. So I'm literally carving out the line art bit by bit. It's like if I don't think like the shape is going well, I can just add more and then like, you see, chip away like some of the line. Just doing this, rinse and repeat, and I get what I want. Like how I do the face, how I do the eyes, almost everything is like doing that way. But the problem is this kind of like way to do the line art have like one flaw. That flaw is the detailing stuff. I've been doing this like as a coloring page for quite a while. It's actually free. You can go to my Ko-Fi, you can like find it. Let me try to copy and paste the Ko-Fi link again. Hold on. Yep. This is my Ko-Fi link. You can find these two pictures that I have that giving out for free. If you guys don't know how to get it for free, because like some people might get confused a little bit, I'm trying to do this because I want to prevent like you know, when I send it through WhatsApp or any other things, it might have like some compression happening in there, so it become like a thing. But if I sell it as a product, it kind of like make it, they try to keep it as original as possible, so there's no compression when it comes to this kind of things. So I'm doing this. You just have to pay me $0 to get it. It's free. I just put like, if people appreciate what I did and they want to like at least give some money, I'm fine with it. Always, and never say no to money. But you will get all this file. This is the background colored versions, and then the clear without any like colored versions, and then they will always have like one reference art versions. This one doesn't really have like a reference art because like this is the first one I made, so I just have like the, at least let you know you where you need the color. This is Ina. Like the previous one is Doki Bird. And then right now, the one I'm drawing is Project Melody. Sitting inside Bago. Bago for her pronunciations on that word. You say Bago or Bago? I think I need to shift the fingers a little bit, make them a little bit much more thinner. You know when I show you like all those like Xenoblade cutscene, it would be hilarious like while they do like the mecha like transformation, you start to play the butterfly music from the Digimon. Fun fact, do you know Digimon actually is kind of the first isekai anime ever created. Even the game is sort of like more or less low-key the first isekai game they ever created. Some people will say like either Re:Zero or Masoku Tensei, they are the first isekai like novel that ever written, because they actually like the book is super old, Masoku Tensei, but Digimon is still predate that time, really. So you kind of think of it, yes, Digimon is literally the first isekai anime most people would ever watch, and then without realizing. Because you literally, from human world, went into digital world, Digimon world, technically it's another world, and then you came back. They are also like the full-fledged, having like most of the people like, when isekai, they almost like at the end of the story, they didn't go back. They are also the first isekai anime characters to go back and go back and go back and forth into the isekai world. Digimon Master. Actually, I do love the English like song version too. It's actually pretty kick-ass. Like among like I don't know why back in the days there's lots of anime dub one. They get dubbed. They have like that whole new like anime song. You can say Mario movie, but Mario is not like at the beginning of the story. It's not really an isekai. It's just a plumber. They don't have the concept of isekai until actually I don't even think like the movie is isekai. Yeah, the shitty movie on isekai too. The only concept of the Mario actually is from another world. Go to like the Mushroom Kingdom world. Only conceived at the very later age. People start to joke about it because back in the day, Mario actually is more like the concept of Mario that's happening behind the scene is actually just like theater movie. Yes, this is why you can see like Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario 3, not like the thingy like you can pull the stuff from the ground thing. That is a whole other game. they just name it Mario 2. I forgot. Is it Mario 2 or Mario 3? I forgot. But around those time, Mario game is actually staged in the way they are really like performing a play. This is why side scroller, this and that, yeah, that stuff. They are framing it in a way they're playing a play. If you didn't notice, now you notice. You just go check a lot of like the opening scene of like in the menu screen in Mario game. Every part of it have elements of like being a stage play there. It's not actually isekai. It's just them doing like stage play. Even the movie is not actually isekai. The shitty movie, live action shitty movie, that one is actually them just living in the world. Like, try to imagine like RoboCop back then was like really successful. I don't know why they decided to make I don't know why they decided to make the Mario movie in the concept. I mean, like the concept and the mood board and everything is from RoboCop. It's a very weird things, because RoboCop is like for adult. It's literally rated for 18. I'm not kidding. RoboCop is actually rated for 18, not the new one. The new one is shitty, the old one. There's so many blood and gore, it's actually not for kids to watch. And they frame it it's because like how the aesthetic, like back in the days, like how they portrayed RoboCop, the world, like the this and that, yeah, stuff. So Judge Dredd and like a RoboCop, or like there's a lot of like environment, like those kind of very edgy type of like environment. It's actually trying to mimic RoboCop, but they put it all on kids show, kids movie, like the mask, this and that, yeah, that stuff. You kind of know like the aesthetic is actually quite RoboCop-ish. The framing, the mood around the surrounding area, those kind of things. How they colored like they put like a blue tint on almost all the kind of like screens in all the screenplays. Actually, the blue tint actually got more or less not pioneer. It's like it become famous to use the blue tint because of Terminator 2. Terminator 1 don't have that blue tint. Terminator 2, they have much more blue lights happening there. They add way more blue light, so the people like later on just like add a lot of blue tint into the movie, like post-processed. Yeah, so when you say like Princess Peach Showtime, that one actually is much more aligned with the original story of Mario starting point. But of course, like Mario nowadays, like the lore changes a lot. Back in the day, he's just like a plumber from... He's just a plumber from the Mushroom Kingdom. Now he's the plumber from like different world. Like the isekai concept, I think they have a little bit on it. It's just never really being like truly a thing. They have like in the back of their brain, but a lot more conspiracy or like fan-made story added into it. The isekai stuff become canon afterward. So I won't really deny your isekai like talk about like Mario. So it's technically are there, just not really public around the time. Because back in the days, people just make games. That's all. They want to make a hard game so people can go to arcade, just put in more and more token into it. They didn't really pay attention to the story. Unless they really make like IP stuff, like making a Sailor Moon like side-scroller fighting game, or making like Mortal Kombat, like add a little bit like flavor text behind the scene and stuff. Mortal Kombat doesn't really have a story. Just try to think about it. They don't really have one. Taken don't really have a story back in the days. A lot of fighting game for the arcade back then, they don't really design for story. Yeah, it's also because of that RoboCop become like a very important like piece of media a lot of people want to mimic around the time. But yeah, like you kind of like watch back how most like show that flops is actually like they try to edgify like the thing, like back then they like they, is it Sylvester Stallone or like some other people, like like the eye patch thingy, like in another timeline where law is lawless, and then you like have that guy with the eye patch going there like in the world in a crime city, those kind of things. A lot of like those kind of things are going on there, like that one with the eye patch. I forgot like the movie name. It's been ages. That one's actually really old. But you kind of like can see the concept of like how they set up the environment. It's really RoboCop inspired. Around those time, like people just love edgy stuff, like it's like around the era of like edgelord exist. Like you can see like a lot of like media have like a lot of like unwanted edge, like just keep on forcing and adding into it. And it was around the time for RoboCop become a thing. Punisher is also coming out around those time too. Punisher, Judge Dredd like comic, and like a lots of comic book just suddenly went for like very like edgy concept, like a lot of Spike, a lot of this, a lot of that. Mainly also is again RoboCop is the one that made it happen. Because they realize extreme sells. So they're starting to go for like extreme edge and stuff. And thus, those kind of like extreme mature content, like those kind of like setting, seep into quite a lots of movie and show that intended for children's. Of course, I'm not saying comic book are for children's. That there are comic book for children, but still, I don't think X-Men around the time is like they're trying to sell it to children. It's more like teenagers. This is why there's so much teenage angst around that time. Teenager nowadays? Oh, they just spend the time in the internet. God knows what they're doing. Without any supervisions. That is what you call the parents' worst case scenario. Yeah, it's a mature and violent game that rated for teen. Not matured. Weird, huh? They only rescind the rated for teen to mature later on because like the infamous like coffee mod. It was made in the game but was never really released. Because they want like the rate for teenagers, so they end up didn't put it into the storyline, but it's still in the game code. Later on, the newer copy that sell doesn't really have that anymore, so they regain back their rated for teenagers. You know what? Let's keep the hand smoothed. Don't really need too much line in there. Just later on, when people want to do the coloring page, they can color the line themselves. Let them have like slightly more options, you know. Also, I had to refine like quite a lot of like art. I do love to talk a lot about like movie and pop culture stuff, because I used to be a movie buff and like I studied 3D animation, so I know a lot about like 3D animation thingy. And for some weird ass reasons, I also study engineering. So if you want to talk like science stuff, I can actually match it up. I study mechatronic engineering, not Mechatron engineering. I'm not studying Mechatron. I may know what Transformer is, but not that Transformer. It's the other Transformer. But I can handle myself in a lot of conversations, to be honest. Except politics. If I'm good at politics, I won't be in here being a guy in the internet. More like I'm trying to run to become a president candidate, I guess. Prime Minister candidate. Like, no one have the brain. Like, if you are a guy in the internet, it's best not to be the guy that holding the life of like millions of people hostage as your content. Speaking about that, actually it happened in the EU. I'm not sure where you were from, but in the EU there's a nuisance streamer. Yes, you know? Like, if you know who Johnny Somali is, there's a guy actually worse than Johnny Somali. Yes, there's a guy worse than Johnny Somali. And he decided to run for a seat in Parliament in the EU, and he got the seat. So he can actually vote stuff on the important shit and suggest important shit. Oh, hi there, everyone! Hi there! Oh no, I got AK raid! At least there's not 47 people there. You know, one day, you guys should need to add like a funny skit. Is like, if you have 47 people in your viewership, try to keep it 47. And then you raid people. They keep 47 raid. And there's an idol group called AKB48, right? But also, hi there. I was talking about, oh yeah, I forgot to do my opening since everyone is here. Hello there everyone, my name is Kiray and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you and may not don't know what the heck I'm doing. Do not ignore the guy behind me. He's my stan ability, so he's literally a stan. So he's called voice actor. You don't have to mind him. We do lip sync a lot, but you kind of like notice when Stans, like Jojo Stan, try to talk, the Stans also talk. So I'm also talking. So hello there, and welcome to my first Donathon stream, which my first ever Donathon stream. I'm actually very poor at trying to promote my Donathon stuff, but yeah, let's show it. So this is my Donathon thing. I already reached like $10. So you guys, if you guys really want, you can suggest 4 more free art, because we already unlocked like the first perk. Every $50 I will add 5 more free art requests. So there's 4 more art requests you guys can like suggest, but one person will get 1 request. So you guys have to think well. Discuss a little bit. And once it reaches 15, I can do lots of voice acting stuff for you guys. Because, well, I am a voice actor wannabe. So I do have like a few acquaintances that is actual voice actors. They taught me how to do voice stuff. And as you already know, this voice is actually in a way that one of the acquaintances noticed that my voice, like in the before one I use, that is like for me, even I recognize it as my de facto voice, default voice, but he noticed my voice is a little bit like on the squeaky side. It's like I'm forcing my voice to be on a high pitch. So he taught me how to use my diaphragm to talk, and then how to relax my vocal cord. And this voice popped up. And what he told me is this is actually my original voice. He did not know what happened to me in my life, and then I just suddenly like went on like high pitched squeaky voice. So this is not me trying to go deep. If I want to go deep, this is my deep voice. This is my deep voice. Oh, sorry. The music is a little bit too loud. But yes, this is my deep voice. Yeah, I was like showing some video and I forgot to turn down the thingy. But yeah, also thank you very much for people who are coming in. And thank you for calling out the model. I made it myself, actually. This is my 2.1 model. And my 2.2 model is actually much more different. Hold on a little bit. Let me try to open it up. Ooh, the table is gone. Hold on a little bit. Good. That's back. Let's brought up my 2.0 model. 2.0 model head is slightly bigger. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, it is me. My clothes used to be much more greener. And yeah, there's a lot of like movement is not really tweaked for currently like the the tracking system I use. But I do have like another one, my 1.0 versions. My 1.0 version is a little bit much more different. This is the first ever model I made, so I don't really know what the heck I'm doing around the time. I just try my best. So, I had a Lord Coffee not long ago. Don't worry, you didn't miss a lot of things. So I only got like half of my body. So I call this a prototype, actually, back in the days. Oh, that one is my mascot characters. Long story. So, not going to talk too much about it yet. Let me go back to my older model. Oh yeah, I actually made a model for my friend for fun back in days. I'm going to do some identity theft here. She never really used it, so yeah. Yes, imagine a guy talking right now and then this female model is talking. It's time to like clickbait people. Let me switch it back to the other one. Yeah, I basically just draw a PNG model and then redraw her entire PNG model to be much more rigging friendly, and then just rig it that way afterward. Yeah, her name's called Minxed Zay. I'm not sure I typed the name correctly or not. It is a name. Is it her? PNG model. Actually I made lots of PNG model in the past, but more like I didn't do it nowadays. You can kind of like take a look at like back in the days I have this offer. It's already offed already, but I do make PNG model for Ace Attorney. Like if anyone decided to want to play Ace Attorney game, I can draw them like in their spirit attorney. You know, like people have spirit animals, so I just draw like attorney, Ace Attorney characters, like onto them. Most of the time when I do like PNG tubing like pictures, it's actually doing it for fun. And I do have a few on here too. This one is I made for a friend for fun because he have like a fish profile pictures, so I just made him like a PNG. Oops. Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Also another one. Well, his Discord name literally called Tofu. Oh, the older one's gone. Like I already finished this one for him, but too bad it's like there's like a time that my computer, like the one that I save up all my art stuff, the art drive like got busted, and the only backup I have is like a year ago, so I lost quite a lot of artwork. Oh, yeah, it's still here. I managed to save up this one. This is one of the streamer friends I have. Go me, for you. And then, yeah, this is the one that I talk about. Oops. Yeah, actually I did like a Ace Attorney like thingy before. I literally like used to have like a series that I play Ace Attorney with all my friends together. They never play Ace Attorney before, since I already played many times, so I'm not going to be the guy who playing it. And I become like the guy is like, you know, like you try to like have like a D&D session, you are the GM. Yes, I'm technically only the one who doing the clicking and do some vague suggestions. Aside from that, I'm not actually playing the game. They are the one who playing the game. all I do is try to do voicing and stuff. And I can actually show you guys the scene that I made for it. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, it used to look a little bit much more different. Let me add back most of the tables. Yeah, it used to look like a chord system back in the days. So like this one, not this one. This one, not this one. I kind of forgot which one is which. This chord room. Yeah, it's way more chord room like back in the days. So like I have lots of friends that draw like all the reactive for them, so that we can all like stay here and play the games and do the voicing of the characters. I can actually show you the trailer, but do get some sound warning. I forgot to adjust the vocal limit, so it might be going a little bit too loud.
Well, we had a witness account describing her.
How?
Can you just let me fucking do that? Let me fucking do that.
Oh my god! It's a projection!
So, you are our guest, no? Please let me know if there's anything I can bring you. You want to
Objection!
Maybe some tea? Or a famous melted iced coffee?
Oh my god, look at my legs peeking out. Nice.
Showing some leg to people. We need some fan service.
Sneak peek. Just a sneak peek. Yeah.
Court is now in sessions for the trial of Mr. Willpower. The prosecution's ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor.
Oh my god, the voice changes is crazy.
Yeah, I kind of like voice Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth and the judge together at the same time. So I'm basically judge, jury, and executioner. And I can do, like I say, I do a lot of voice acting. I can do a lot of different voice if I wanted to. And I can do this one. Generally, I don't actually use this voice in the Ace Attorney series. I don't think anyone can use this voice at all. But still. Yeah, we do a lot of stupid shit. I think I should revive the series because like I let them have like a month or two break because like we've been doing this like a weekly schedule thingy. It might become like make them a little bit like too busy. I'm afraid of them getting burnout or something like that. So I just told them like, you know what? End of the year, we take like this year like easy, do whatever you want. And then now it's New Year. I'm going to be a little bit busy with like Chinese New Year stuff, so I might not be able to revive the series around the time until after the Chinese New Year. But yeah. So basically they are the one who we basically the setup is like this. We let me go back. So the setup is like this. We kind of like, you know, just do the voice for fun at first, and later on like I just let them do the play. They will do the puzzle, they will figure shit out. Because like so many people are doing the figuring out stuff, they do discussions, this and that, this stuff. The game actually take way more longer than a thing to like finish. If you're doing it alone, you just like click everything done. But if you're kind of like doing it in like my way of playing, it's going to take ages to finish like one chapter. Imagine like you have like a screw you need to screw in. You have 10 monkey with 11 different like screwdriver, and then they are fighting over it for one like screwing in one screw. So it's literally that kind of situations. It's going to drag on a lot. Why, thank you. I'm drawing Project Melody, and this is a coloring page actually. So in the futures, you guys, once I finish, you guys can go to my Ko-Fi and download it. I already made like 2 more. This is Ina from Hololive. This is the medium level one. This is the hardest difficulty one. because the detail is actually really vague. So I want you guys to like add the detail yourself. So I would say like this is hardest difficulty, because if I actually legitly removed all the colors, you might get a little bit confused like which hair is which. So just the hair alone is the highest difficulty, to be honest. Where was I again when I talk about some things? Oh yeah, like I was talking about so everyone here is a dragoon. And it's a good thing you guys can actually download this thing and do some coloring. Also give me some feedback too if you guys really wanted to. Let me try to drag this thing down. It's actually free. Like if you guys used Ko-Fi before, you can literally pay me $0 and then just get it for free. Unless you guys want to like give me some money, I'm not gonna say no for that. But yeah, you get all the entire file set, all the line art, all the reference art. I even put in my original clip file into it. So if you guys want to use if you guys do own Clip Studio, you want to use that file, you guys can actually use it. Yeah, and that's the reason why I make this into hard difficulty, because I literally, this is the reference of like she finished a round of Marvel Rival and do the stretch only. So if you guys really want, you guys can literally draw in the, you know, you guys can draw in like the keyboard here, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Change the color however you want. Maybe if you guys really want, you guys can add the jacket on your own. I literally removed the jacket for that point. This is why it's hard difficulty. You guys can do whatever you want. You can literally add in jacket yourself if you really wanted to. This is why I set it the hardest difficulty. You have full freedom to do anything you want. It's a digital way, but if you really want to print it out and then like print it out and do it, it's still fine. Or you want to change this, like you don't want the blue eye, you want the red eye in here, so it's fine too. It's like, again, like I literally decided not to put any detail in the eyeball too, just to let you guys have the freedoms of like color what kind of eyeball like you want. Back in the days, I have this idea of making like coloring page for Vtuber back then. Before, I was just thinking about making a coloring book about anything, but I need to learn how to make this is still like on testing phase, to be honest. This is why I need like feedback from people when they do it. So I need to know like how good it is, this and that, yeah, that stuff, like how much detail I need to leave out, how much detail I need to keep it in, and then I figure out like how to do most of things. Like I set it up like an easy, medium, and hard difficulty. This is the easy difficulty, but it's going to be hard difficulty for me. Imagine this thing. How to make a difficult coloring page by leaving out, like selectively leaving out detail. So much detail so they can be, you know, make it as open as possible. So like leave out like the, you know, like clothes sometimes have patterns. So you leave out patterns, like line for those patterns, this and that, yeah, that stuff. And maybe like the hair have shadings. You like decide to remove like some of detail. And you just try to leave as much detail as possible. Like the harder it is, you just try to leave most of the detail, so when people like coloring it, they can color the detail themselves, like draw in the detail themselves even if they wanted to. So that would be the harder difficulty versions, because it requires people to be very creative with it. But usually, a lot of people actually try to participate or trying to get a coloring book is because they are just interested in coloring side. Some people don't really want to be like add drawing things into it, this and yada yada stuff. So I do want to provide like easier options where most of the line and the detail is already there for them. And this is like the easiest version. You can see like the detail that I input in it. And compared to the rest that I did so far, the detail, this one have like much more like, you know, I color in quite a lot of like shadowy part. But the clothes itself, if anyone seen Ina like this particular outfit, you know like this shoulder pad have a lot of detail. This ribbon have a lot of like pattern detail that I leave that out so that people have fun with it. And as for Doki one, I literally leave out object. The object is literally disappeared, so they can add in when if they really wanted to. So that is like the difficulty level I want to like craft it out for people. And then this one is a almost one-to-one model of Project Melody, of her model. Might not be that safe, so when I show it to people, if nobody know what Project Melody look like, this is what she look like. I'm trying my best to make it as close as possible. But yeah, with posts and stuff. Funny thing is I don't really have a really like I can't draw lewd stuff, to be honest. I can try my best to draw sexy stuff, but when it comes to lewd stuff, I can't really draw it. So I don't have any not safe for work artwork. I can try my best to make things as sus as possible, but I think my brain is by default programming, no matter how degenerate I know, like degenerate stuff I know, I can't really draw lewd stuff. Like the most sus stuff I draw, like I have this thing called a hold on a little bit. Let me remove this thing that's saved. And yeah, I have this thing. I'm running this like social media like campaign. It's basically like I'm promoting one of my art style called simple art style. Why I call it simple art style? Because it's really like just a simple artwork for people to post in social media. So it's not like super beautiful, but also it's not really super expensive. So it's like only for people enough to like look at it and then wow, like something like that, you know? So the detail is not really like super like high detail. It's just like it's almost sketch-like, but also like partially complete, partially complete sketch, partially complete sketch with a partially complete coloring. So you guys can kind of see this thing. Now, how I run this campaign is I draw a VTuber, that VTuber nominate another VTuber, and then I just keep drawing it over and over. Actually, it's not the requirement is not nominate another VTuber, nominate a friend. So a friend nominate another friend, and then nominate another friend, and nominate another friend. I just keep on drawing like a chain post. So it becomes like I call this thing friendship chain challenge. So it's basically like let's see how far your friendship chain can go. And then like you might not know like you have a friend, and then you never know like your friend is is a friend with this friend that you also know. They're like, oh, you knew her, I never know. Like something like that. I want to do something like that, so like for fun. I got this one, is called Fluffy Jam, a VTuber, and she actually nominate a cosplayer friends of her. So I draw her cosplayer friend, but too bad like her cosplayer friend is like I put a setting is like if you didn't reply to post for 2 days, and then I would like reset and go for another post, because it is a social media post. I can't just wait them forever. So I set like a time limit, but he didn't actually answer like nominate another person, is because like he actually went to the hospital with a broken leg. So he didn't know like this kind of things happens. But yeah, it's kind of too late. And then I draw another one, Zentrea. This one is actually really funny. I actually do not know who to choose. And then I just like in the chat like talking about this, and then like, who should I draw? They'd be like, don't know. And I'd be like, all right, just go to my Twitter. The first one the first VTuber I see from scrolling down will be the person I draw. And then yeah. Also, have a nice day, Samuel. So yeah, I just finished drawing it, and then post it out. And actually, this is the end of the year, and then I would consider this is my last year hit piece because I get like so many views from this and so many like, yeah. But too bad, like usually you draw like big VTuber, they are a little bit too busy to literally answer you. Also, back in the days, I'm actually like around this time I'm just starting this thing not long ago, so I think I wrote too much like instructions. People just too lazy to read it in the first place. So I think they didn't really do like the nomination thingy also because of that. So I slowly refined how to like call, like, you know, like instruct them to like call out another friends so I can draw a next one. She didn't, of course, she didn't like answer any post, nominate another person, so I move on to the next one. After 2 days, I draw about the well. Same, I'm using the same way to like choose like who to draw next. Draw her, they nominate. She did share the post though. She did repost the post. This is the moment I realized I may have wrote the instruction too long. People are too lazy to read it. They only see, ooh, cool art, and then repost it. Just that. And then there's the next one. Is like I draw another acquaintance I know. It's a VTuber. And it's Power. She put a post that I think it's like somewhat of a kiting post. In some sense, she says she don't want to become a yandere maid, and then like, I'll be like, "You're talking to a artist here. We can draw anything. We can draw you pregnant if you want." She'd be like, "Try me." So I drew this, and then asked her to nominate a next one. The next one is a very sus person, so I let them like have like one word prompt, so they can like describe that person in one word. So she gave me the most sus prompt ever because the person is actually also a very sussy person in the first place. So you kind of get the prompt, cream. So yeah, this is like the most sus drawing that I ever drawn in my entire life. And then the next one, she nominated Kiara photo. Not actual Kiara, not Hololive Kiara, different Kiara. She's a ballerian, the prompt. So I draw ballerian post. And then another one, Ebisu, Chaos. I draw the Chaos Elmo, and then the sorry, this fly there. I draw Chaos Elmo and the mixtures with the, you know, like the Gojo like W post. This is it. And then the next one is Yui. This is, I could say, the lewest artwork I ever made. Yes, kind of. I can also consider this one as more like sexy rather than lewd. I can draw sexy, but I can't draw lewd. Yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, that's like most of the thing I've been drawing like so far. Let me drink a little sip of my milk tea. Again, I made it too sweet. I think I'm gonna take a sip of water every single time I take a sip of that. So yeah, like I've been drawing like lots of stuff. By the way, when this thing finish, I'm also like going to share it out as like a free line art for people to do coloring on it. Of course, I'm going to color my own version too, and then share it out as a, you know, reference page. Only after that I will start posting it out, because I also want to do this art business opportunities. It's like I can color, but I'm not that great at coloring. I'm only good at like drawing and then making line art. So I want to propose like a tweet post in the future. It's like I'm trying to like seek out like coloring partner for me. But in a way it's a much more different one. Instead of like, you know, have like a very close one-to-one contact, it's more like I will create artwork for people to my client, and then if they don't want the way I colored, I can suggest people for them to do the coloring. But first, they have to like color this post. I will post this line art out for people to do coloring so they can repost it and maybe even like write down their quote and stuff. So when my if I ever get like a art client, they like the line art, but they don't like the way I do the coloring, so they want some other people to do the coloring. I can suggest them to take this artwork to a different artist. This is how this artist color my work, and then this is how this artist color my work. So you can like give them option to choose which like artist for them to choose to like do the coloring on. Might be an extra step, but if they really want to choose some other artist, it's fine for me. But it's a good way to kind of like promote other artists too, to be honest. So I do want to do it that way in the futures, once I finish this thing, of course. And it's going to take ages. Why? If I slowly zoom in this thing, you might know it's going to take ages. I'm literally drawing the zipper one by one at the moment. And once I finish this part, I still have to finish this part of the zipper. I just low-key finish the hand. Low-key finish the hand. I think the hand I should make it smaller, to be honest. Let's try the... Where's my drawing pen? Alright, let me try this. T. Yeah, this is much more better. Yes, you can cheat your drawing this way if you really wanted to. If you are capable to in the first place. Like some people, sometimes they don't really have that much drawing sense to be able to like, you know, adjust their color, adjust their artwork this way. Because it's a matter of perspective, this one. So it's much more difficult for people to understand it sometimes. If you do notice, yes, this is a very unique way to actually do drawing. Line art. I call this the carving style. Actually, carving style is not just like this. This is like 50% of the carving style. Because later on, when I start doing the coloring, there's a lot of gradient stuff added into it. It's more a little bit closer to how a webtoon comic style like colored. Not going to be streamed too long. It's already been like 5 hour long. Yeah, it's already been 5 hour. Holy heck, I just did so little things. Now technically I did a lot. I draw an entire hand out, but still. It's going to take ages for me to like do this thing. Do this particular thing. Dun, And anyone just managed to come in here. Welcome to the Kiray Show, where my name is Kiray and I'm your host, and your beautiful voice. Here's to bring you chaos and some craziness of Kiray and his VA. All the shenanigans we do is basically just us love to chat. We both are lonely. We want to talk to people. And Kiray from another dimensions. And the voice actor alone is in his house. No! Let's boost up the music a little bit for you guys. Let me take a short break. My eyes is actually a bit tired. Doing this requires lots of focus. Oh, now I know what I'm missing. The juicy thigh. For one, she have a band-aid here. Should I draw in the line, the digital line they have? Nah, I don't think so. Just keep it things this way. Anyone here is like huge Melody fan? If you guys do, one day you guys can tell Project Melody I'm doing this. Is drawing her in a bago. In a bago. Oops. Yeah, I didn't think I need to use the guideline anymore, the sketch I made. Now I just need to try my best to do this. Very complex thing. Yeah, only tedious work left, so I'm going to like do the rest of Zipper offline. Once I take enough break, of course. And yeah, I haven't really reached any donation this today, so I'm going to extend. Like originally, the plan is just to open up for 3 days if I got enough money, but nah, not getting enough. Because I do want to like try my best at least to get like $100 in this month, so enough for me to like cover my lots of things. Technically 400 is the intended target, but 100 I'm already happy about it. And of course, I do talk about a lot. If you guys do want to chat with me, I will always like mention about this thing. I do have a goal. Also, mainly is because like I'm somewhat in unfortunate situations that I'm disabled and unemployed, and also due to some reasons I cannot get any disabled benefit, so I'm literally screwed by the systems, sadly. And this is the only way I can work. It's not like I can't work at home if it's like in this kind of situation. Technically I can, but at the same time I can't, because my conditions is pretty rare. It's hard for me to use my brain to think that much. Maybe if I like in autopilot mode, like just talking, I'm still kind of fine. But if I have to like actively use my brain, it's actually pretty difficult. I only able to like do it once I like in like good conditions. But if I'm not in good conditions, I actually can't do it that well. Today is like a very good condition because I took like a full break yesterday, because I got food poison. And I sleep the whole day. Oh man, it's supposed to like this day 3 donathon is supposed to be on yesterday, but again, food poisons. Unable to do it. So push it today. So I have a lot more energy. If you notice, like on my day 1, day 2 on my donathon, actually my energy is not that well. I didn't have that much energy, but still in the same times is also I keep forgetting what I'm talking about, and that's the key point of my disability. My trains of thoughts always get interrupted if I'm not in a tip-top shape. So if I'm not in a tip-top shape, I can't function like a normal human most of the time. Imagine like you can function best if you want to have like most optimum functions for a normal period of amount of time would be just 1 hour, and then I'd have to take a very long day of break to recover enough mentality and like physical strength to just like do everything again in a very optimized way. Else I'm just going to be very sloppy and very clumsy. There's a reason for that is because like I have a medical condition. It's called ASCA vestibular loop. Actually, I still have a few more like minor debuff that kind of stack up together and make it worse. Vestibular loop is not like the worst thing I have. It's basically is the key things that make it worst. It's like imagine like you have this condition I have is more or less like a multiplier value. So it's no matter what kind of like smaller debuff I have, my my ASCA vestibular loop kind of like enhanced the effect. So now I got like a permanent 24/7 vertigo or vertigo, depends on how you pronounce it. Ringing in the ears, this and that, other stuff. No, the sense of balance is out of whack. So if I need to move my body, I really need to move it in a very manual way. The more manual I did, the more silent I am actually. So I'm like a silent ninja to scare the crap out of my family every single time in my house. And my friends. But yeah, it is what it is. So if anyone do find a little bit pity, like back in the days, I'm actually very proud of my conditions that I handled it very well, but it's actually getting worsened because this let me understand like pride doesn't mean jack shit, because my condition got worse due to me just powering through my conditions and then trying my best to do like art commission, this and that, yada yada stuff. One of my eyes is actually slowly going blind right now. Like my right eye right now is the upper right corner, is like having a black dot there. It's on the upper right corner on my right eye, so it's not really bothering me that much. And you know, the far right side of the vision is slowly like having a vignette there, so it's like getting darker, the visions. So I was like, holy shit, I'm actually like, if I keep like powering through my conditions, my body is just going to break down. So yeah, too bad. Like it's not something that really like fixable. Like even there's a surgery for helping my AICF vestibular loop. It doesn't really necessarily fix it. So it's going to like waste a shit tons of money on not a full guarantee, you know. And worst case scenario, I will lose hearing from the surgery. So it's not the best choice. All the doctor can do is give me medications that may or may not harm me more than it helped me. And yeah, just that. And all they can do is just tell me to suck it up. Yeah, basically just to... It's something that's going to be permanent in my life. It's not going anywhere. It can't be helped. It can't be saved. There's nothing they can do about it. So all I can do is just power through it, to be honest. That is what the doctors tell me. And even they are frustrated at my condition too, because they can't do jack shit about it. And worst case is they even know my situations is like, I'm not bad enough to be disabled, but I'm also not well enough to be able. So it's like a very like sticky like in between situations that I'm not really being able to like fully in a state, either like in one side or another. So yeah, this is why like this Don is a thing. I'm starting to like crank down my ability to like try to do like art commission stuff. I just want to draw what I want. If I want to go blind, I go blind on my own term, drawing what I want, not drawing for other people. At the end, I still drawing for other people, but still, you get the idea. Instead of fully listening to people's instructions, I would rather draw what I want. You know? I still really happy back in the days, like I can draw other people's stuff out. It's like, oh, I'm writing this novel, I have this character idea, can you help me like design the characters, this and that other stuff, he does this, he does that, he wear this, he wear that, and then make it happening. It does make me feel really good, because like sometimes some people just not really privileged to be artistic or like be creative. Maybe they're only creative on the writing side, and they have like this image of like this characters in their brain, and then they cannot draw it out, and then I'll be the one who like make it happen. It's really it's a really good feeling when you be able to do that. But yeah. But my eyes is slowly going blind, so I really want to draw something for myself rather than for others. So yeah, that's the thing that I'm kind of stuck in. So again, if anyone do find my situations a little bit pitiful, yes, I am now actually officially going to recognize this as begging. I'm a glorified online beggar right now. So if anyone do see this, hear me saying this, yes, I need your help. Alright then, either way. It's been a long time. I need to take a break from this stream. Actually, I'm starting to get dizzy. It's not I still can talk. It's just that I can't do lots of things when I'm dizzy. So yeah. Either way, thank you for Akemi Kraust raid me with 20 people. Like, holy heck. I don't have too much people to raid in. Let's see, do I have any friends that is streaming at the moment? It's dinner time, so nobody's streaming. So yeah. Either way, thank you very much for watching, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time. Stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.